All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. Hello, YouTube. I is back. Fortunately, I had to take last weekend off, and was not too happy about it. A couple of crappy things happened. One was my parts didn't show up in time to do the PC Engine GT like I wanted, and the other, well, for anyone that was tuned in the week prior, you'll probably remember that I had a leak pop up in one of my bathrooms. And, well, that leak turned out to be a busted pipe in my wall. So, needless to say, I had a very long week, most of which without water. And due to where I keep my workbench and where the leak was, I had to tear down my entire workbench so they can get to the pipes in the wall to replace them. And in the process of me tearing down and rebuilding my workbench, my cat decided she wanted to go a little crazy, and she got tangled up in my powered USB-C hub, ripped the connector off the board essentially and all the traces with it. And despite my best efforts of repairing it, I was never able to restore data connection for some reason. So I wasn't able to stream because I literally couldn't hook up the things that I needed to hook up. Anyway, we had a slight forced rebuild of my bench, so it's kind of hard for y'all to see, but I moved off my desoldering station to the side because I really don't use it that often, and it was taking up a whole lot of space that I didn't need to take up. So I shoved it off into a more agreeable place, gave myself some more room, so wasn't all bad. I did manage to rebuild things a little bit better for me, so hopefully moving forward I'll have a little bit more room to work with here. These things are junk now, I can just throw them away. Now, what we're working on today, if you're unable to read, is a TurboGrafx 16. I'm actually pretty excited about this one because this is a system that I knew about when I was a kid. I knew one kid who had one. Never got to play on it. So when I was growing up, it was just one of those things that, we knew existed, but yeah, I never saw it. So for anyone that's been following, you probably realize that I've been doing a lot of work lately on Turbo Expresses and PC Engine GTs, which are the portable version of this. I have a big affinity for the PC Engine because of emulation, and that's how I got into the system, was by playing games on emulators. So this deal popped up, and I got this puppy with a controller and a couple of games, or a game. And the seller, when he sold it to me, said, or listed in the auction, that it sometimes works, but you really have to mess with it to get it to work. But once you get it working, it works. However, unfortunately for me, I was never able to get the games that came with it to work. But my EverDrive, on the other hand, did work. So I'm thinking what I've got to do is clean the cartridge slot, and we're going to recap it. Once we get that done, then I'm going to install this. And what this is the Turbo Nanza mod. And basically, it puts out RGB video via this Sega Saturn DIN port, this board, this little mounting board, and then this will connect the DIN connector to this board. The added benefit is it's a no-cut mod, so I don't have to modify the shell. I just have to remove the RF module, which obviously nobody ever uses anymore because nobody, yeah, I don't, it sucks, and it sucked back then, sucks now, and nobody ever uses it, so let's get rid of it and replace it with RGB. Other than that, that's pretty much all I'm going to do. I'm going to just get right into this because I've been dying all week to break into this. Now, originally I thought that I was missing a screw because the shell kind of seemed like it wanted to come off. It might be loose, it might be stripped, but you know, overall it's in pretty decent shape. It's got a couple of marks on it, a couple of little chunks taken out of it here and there, but other than that, it does look okay. Before I actually open it up, let's just go ahead and demonstrate the issues that we're having with it, so that when it comes time to test, we can verify whether or not my test was good. Now, it did come with this nice little adapter right here, and what this does is it plugs right into the SCART port in the back. I gotta make sure I got that oriented right. And what this does is it allows you to pump out composite video without having to do any type of modification. But since we are going to be doing an RGB mod, that adapter itself is pretty pointless. So let me go find my extension cord, which I thought was in the box, but it's not. Alright, so let's get this hooked up. Now initially, when I got the system in, I was quite worried. And the reason I was worried was because the symptoms it was displaying are also related to one of the custom chips, one of the custom hue chips, which basically would equate in modern terms to the CPU and the GPU. But when those go, or if there is a lot of trace damage to the board due to leaky capacitors or whatever, it shows a solid color on the screen, no game audio. And for the longest time, I couldn't get anything. And then with some alcohol, I could get this Keith Courage game that came with it, which is the pack-in game. I could get it to sort of load the title screen, and then it would freeze. And so I was getting even more nervous because that would point to a CPU issue. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard to find the CPUs. So you have to kind of buy a PC engine and strip it from that, and they're not cheap. So I wasn't too happy about that. So I'll show you real quick. Oh wait, that's right. It kind of does help, just in case you didn't know, to actually plug in the power cord to the unit, because consoles do need power. Okay, should be good now. There you have it. So you get the solid screen, right? That's a different screen. We could basically just cycle through this. Now that's a black screen, which meant the software tried to load on that one. So I'll cycle through. I want to see if maybe, and I might do what I no, nothing. So let's see. The way I sort of got this working before was I kind of just a little bit of alcohol on the contacts here. I don't think this one's gonna, it wants to load, but there we go. So I would get varying degrees of this. Sometimes all right, well, just to show you the attempted load of the original software. Now, this is a Turbo EverDrive made by Crix, which is a flash card for PC Engine and for TurboGrafx. And when I put this guy in, there you go. Now, I could go grab my SD card, but if we get to this screen, then we know that the CPU is good, right? So my thinking here is that if we take a look at the EverDrive and then we take a look at the Hue cards, right? The biggest difference that we can see, might be hard for you guys to see. I don't think it's getting really good focus now. Let's do this real quick. Nah, it's not really working. Well, man, am I focused that bad? Let's see if we can just bring it up closer to the camera here and get some better focus. But take a look on the left is the Turbo, and then the right is the Hue card. So I have way more surface area on the pins on my flash card than I do on the original software. And my thinking is that the card reader is got a bunch of crap on it to where the normal cards normally get read. So that's why we're going to start by cleaning it off and then seeing if that solved my issue. Hoping it does. I mean, that all being said, at the end of the day, God's honest truth is I am literally never going to collect software. I might buy a game here or there that interests me, but I'm not a software collector. I really have no interest in building up a library of games. I'm a flashcard guy. I love playing on original hardware. But as for the software itself, to me, emulation is absolutely fine. But the original hardware is something that's kind of hard to replace, and that's what I go after. I prefer classic hardware, original hardware, and then emulated software. That's just my thing. And so I'll never use the classic Q cards. I'll always just stick with flash drives, with EverDrives, and whatnot. I'm a very big supporter of Crix and all that he does. So, you know, if you guys are going to want to go out and get your own flash cards, I would highly suggest him. Now, he is a little bit more expensive than most, that is no doubt, but his hardware is truthfully the best out there that I've used. There are some Chinese clone options available, which are mostly functional. They're definitely a little bit more power hungry, but yeah. So this is a 4.5mm game bit. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 5, 7. So you got 7 of these 4.5mm game bits. Pretty standard. One of the other nice things I did for myself, I don't know if y'all are noticing me unbox that when I started stream. But I bought myself a very expensive, but hopefully forever pair of tweezers. Now these are iNeezy's FX30s, 0.15mm. Now the tips are like hardened steel, so hopefully that should stop all the problems that I've been having with the damn things deforming on me. We'll see. But for 18 bucks, I figured it was worth the shot, considering I've been buying a new pair of tweezers like every 3 months. So it's starting to add up. And they came kind of recommended. And they weren't much cheaper from China. So I just sucked up the extra couple of bucks and ordered it from Amazon to get it in a couple of days. I will say that AliExpress can be a little sneaky sometimes and make you think you're going to get a great deal, and then you realize that the price is not for a set of tweezers, but for an individual one. So the $8 for the set of 5 that I thought I was going to spend was not even the right price for the screwdriver or the tweezer that I wanted. It was $12 from Ali. Last little guy did not want to come up for me. Now I'm just taking a look real quick at the screw bosses, because I had one that was that a bug part? There's a wing to a bug in here. Otherwise, it's a little slightly dusty, but for the most part okay. Now once you get the game bit done, there's a regulator here. You gotta unscrew that, and then actually I think this should just pop out. I'll pull the power switch off real quick. Does it pop out? Can't remember. I'm looking at other. No, is that holding it in? I think there's two Phillips head. I think that guy just screws into the shielding. So let's take these 2 Phillips right here and here. Let's grab them. We might need to go. It should be okay. Okay, let's not lose screws. I'll get a bag for them in a second here. I think that's it though. I'm just looking around, just making sure. Got nothing else holding it in anywhere, because I don't want to yank it up if I don't have to. It does feel like it's sometimes these things have a tight grip and you just kind of need to brute force them out, but given how expensive these things are, really, I'm going to not do that for the time being. It does feel like I've missed a screw, but feels like it's in the middle. I know that's not the case. See, that should just be holding that on. Let's just very gently keep pulling up on it. Okay, I'm looking inside now. Let's grab this power switch off real quick. Make sure I don't have... Ooh, smells. Smells like the 80s. Now it could just be caught on something. The power plug might be holding that in. Yes, it was. Okay, so the DC jack is a slight press fit into the case right here, and that was causing it to stop. Now, I've seen people, you can see the TurboGrafx logos here. I've seen some people attach a little LED in there and hook it up to the power switch because there is no visual indication, no light indication that power is going to the system other than this little sticker right here. Okay, so it looks like the case is essentially flawless, with minus some dust, which we'll obviously scrape out. So now we've got to remove this guy right here. This is there's a voltage regulator, and like all of the common, it's the same common one used for most power supplies. It uses a heat sink to keep cool. Looks pretty good. Alright, so now the next thing we've got to do is on the back there are these two Phillips head screws next to the SCART connector. And these need to come out. Ooh, that's nice and stiff. I don't think, thankfully, anybody has been in this. Now, is that screw the same as that screw? It sure looks it. Okay, so I don't really have to worry about mismatching screws. Ooh, that felt like it was going to strip, so let's go ahead and I am stripping that. Wow. Okay, so we have a minor problem. Very, very minor problem here. Unfortunately, this screw, it's not stripped completely, but it's stuck. So let me, one more good old college try here. Yeah, I feel like if I keep going, it is going to strip. I don't, unfortunately, try maybe a little bit of alcohol. If there's any crud in there, maybe it might loosen it up. I'm not sure. We do have to just try to see if we can work maybe something in. Nah, it's 100% stuck. And if I keep forcing it, I am going to have to drill it out, which I really don't want to have to do. That is my biggest Phillips head as well. And thankfully, it's really a very unimportant screw. So even if I do have to drill it out, it won't be that big of a deal, but drilling that out is going to be a pain in the butt. Alright, well, just recently bought a battery-powered screwdriver for my PS5 repair, which is most likely never going to be repaired because I'm pretty sure it's an issue with the south bridge of the APU. But that might be something we get into today because I got kind of a neat tool I wanted to try on it, even though I really kind of already know the answer to my questions. But so I got this little guy right here, and I got him because anybody who's worked on a PS5 will know that the 4 million goddamn screws that it comes with are a giant pain in the butt. A big problem here, and actually this does come with some bits too, so we might have a larger. Might want to stick with the JIS though. But this might not be charged, so okay. Will it work with my iFixit bits? No, it will not. That's unfortunate. Son bitch. Well, thankfully it did come with a whole lot of them, so we'll see if maybe we could find a good fit here, because I've got some taken out, so I can just kind of poke around now. Let's go with the bigger one, I think, for now. That's unfortunate. I thought this is going to work with my iFixit kit, but does not look like it's going to be the case. It does appear that this is going to be fucked. Son of a bitch. I do believe I just have fully stripped it. Okay, so I'm going the right way. Alright, well, we'll try one more time here. And then I gotta break out the Dremel, I guess. Oh, no I don't. I don't need to break the Dremel out because she is gone. Alright, good news. Alright, good news. Sometimes power tools are the way to go. I generally don't like using power tools in electronics, but for this case, it worked just fine. And this thing has a nice little feature where I can turn it from a gun to a pencil style. Well, you know, hopefully it'll serve its purpose. It was cheap enough. Always, my dad was wont to say, any excuse to buy tools is a good excuse. I like tools. I like power tools, even if I only use them once a year. Okay, so the other unfortunate. Oh, what's up, Felchi? It's good to see you, man. How's your home remodeling going? I've been paying attention to your kitchen upgrades. I'm quite jealous. All right, so let's just go ahead and just use this baggie because it's here and big enough. And you know, fixing things is we've been a throwaway culture for far too long. Although there's always been the few of us out there that refuse to submit to that and much prefer doing it ourselves, so to speak. Okay. And, you know, this is a perfectly working console that most likely would have ended up in the trash if someone like me didn't want to fix it. Take a quick look around. So, unfortunately, with this particular console, the RF shield is soldered on. But as mentioned before, it does look like I am the first person in here. Yeah, painting, man. Painting is just a slow process. It sucks. You know, there's really not much you can do to speed it up. But it's not so bad. Painting outside is worse if you've not done that. That was a form of punishment for me. Painting the shed. Oof. Do not want to ever have to do that again. Okay, we're using a knife edge tip here. And then it's hard for y'all to see, so there's some solder tabs all around the board. Let's just do this. Let's maybe do this. Maybe this will help y'all. Okay, so we'll start by doing a little unzoomy zoom. Okay, so there's one right there, right? Let's get some focus going. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do here. Hey, that's amazing. You know, as an ex-smoker, I didn't realize just how bad it stunk until I stopped smoking. And oh boy, yeah, I am not a. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this the right way. I'm gonna suck a little bit of this up onto this braid here. That should help. So now I'm gonna go to lift this. Okay, there we go. But yeah, man, oof, boy, freaking tobacco smoke is just a smell that is not fun. And it's so we got one right here too. It's so overpowering. Like even when I get like food delivered, and my delivery guy's a smoker, oh, I hate it, man. My freaking food bag smells like freaking dead cigarettes. And it just, ugh, I don't know. It really kind of ruins the meal. Okay, so that doing a little bit of solder braid here. It's actually enough to kind of free the shielding, it looks like. Let's just keep on keeping on with this. End of the day, it is just an RF shield. The bottom one's more important because it's what provides a heat sink to that. Massive MOSFET uses a voltage regulator, so you kind of need it. Oh, that looks like it. Oh, well, that pad ripped off the board, unfortunately. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Let's see here. So that one did as well. So it looks like the front pads have definitely decided they no longer want to be part of the board. Yeah, but you know, like, clothes are a different kind of stink there, Felchi. I mean, it's definitely not pleasant, but not. I think I'd rather smell cloves than tobacco, to be quite honest. It's like one of those smells. It's like patchouli. Like, patchouli isn't really like a bad smell, but it's a very overpowering smell. So like it can be kind of obnoxious in certain settings. I had a coworker who used patchouli as a perfume, and it wasn't like, you know, she didn't smell bad, but sometimes when you got into a real tight space with her, it was a little headache inducing. Okay, so let's gently, okay, here we go. So unfortunately, it does look like the front portion, and I'll just zoom in real quick. We'll just do this. Oh no, don't. I gotta be careful with these ceramic capacitors. Don't want to ruin them. So let's just take a look right here. Unfortunately, yeah, see, you can see at some point, either maybe, I wonder if I potentially did this when I was, yeah, not a huge deal. I kind of wanted to avoid it, but it's not a huge deal. Got that one, and this one over here. I theoretically could just go ahead and put some, and I might do that. I could repair it if I felt like I needed to, but it's a superfluous thing. You can see the rest of them are looking just fine. So there's the RF module I got to remove. Ferrite bead to the DC connector. I mean, this is all looking. I don't know what that is. A little dust, maybe. You know, overall the board's pretty healthy. There's some. Is that cap juice or is it that? I think that's just dried flux. It's not wet. So we are going to be replacing the capacitors. Yeah, just looking around. Take a look at this huge ship right here now. See, I think it's just flux. So let's just go ahead real quick and do a quick little clean and see what this is. I really do think it's just flux, but yeah. Traces look fine. What is this? This is the 6260, which I think is the pixel processing unit, one of the graphics chips. So I just kind of wanted to clear off some of the crap there and just take a look so we could see like where all that flux was. I wanted to make sure that these traces right here weren't looking dark and crappy. And that's why I'm convinced that it is just flux. Now the caps themselves, like, I probably could get away without having to recap this, is my guess, because I'm not seeing anything swollen. I definitely don't see anything leaking. But I think just for posterity's sake, so to speak, I'm going to replace them. I'm in here, I've got them, might as well. IC102, I'm guessing that's another Hue chip, but I see that's got some scrapes across it. But otherwise, yeah, besides a little bit of some residual flux right here, which I'm not actually scraping, I'm just kind of touching. And what's up to these? This is the RAM. Any protection against fire. Place only with same type rating of fuse. So we've got a fuse up here somewhere. Or we did. Maybe we don't. That's the SCART connector. That looks all nice and good. A little bit of some corrosion right here. Just a little bit. Since we will not be using SCART, that's not a big deal. Okay, so we got to repeat the process for the other side because we have another metal shield which is in the way. That's a heat sink now. I think that should just pop off without an issue anyway. So let's just start and keep on keeping on here. And just going to keep doing the same thing. Just make sure that solder is wetted. It's not wetted, it's solidified. There's a boatload of solder here. Let's get some fresh braid. Okay. Let's see what we're doing. I'm sure this is a little blurry. Let's just do this. That should keep us back in focus. How, if you're still there, Felchi, have you gotten more Bloodborne playtime in? Making your way through that game pretty good? I still have yet to fire that one up. Meaning to. Still have to finish The Last of Us. So I have a lot of things I've got to do. I haven't even played much Zelda lately either. Just kind of sad. I got a little, I don't want to say burnt on it, but is there on the other side, is there something? Yeah, is that it? Let's grab that real quick. Let's see over here. Yep, sure is, and I got that one already, so let's come in here and do this one. hard for you to see, but it's right there. Just okay. I think there we go. Sometimes solder is just, that was the one thing I forgot to order. I wanted to order wider braids so that I can, for these larger surface area, they can hold a little bit more solder than what I'm currently using. Okay. Just making our way through the board, really. That might have freed the entire thing. I might have some more rip pads, but it doesn't look like it. Now, there's a nice little plastic sheet. It's hard for you to see. Let's just do this real quick. Ooh, that doesn't look good, does it? Doesn't look good, doesn't look bad either. But we've got a whole lot of crud on the board. So we're going to spend some time cleaning first. We might reflow these cart pins. Maybe. Traces look good. I'm wondering if it got a little bit of liquid in here at some point. I don't really see signs of massive liquid damage, but I don't know what this crud could be here. But we have the shield removed. Let's go ahead and put the microscope away for a moment. Grab some more coffee too. Love me some good brain juice. All right, well, let's get this cartridge connector area cleaned up. I wonder if I turn the... No, is it? Just a big old bright spot. Wonder... I don't know. Hard to see. So let's maybe zoom in a little bit. Uh-oh. There we go. I don't know what happened there. You really can't see too well, huh? No matter what I do. Alright, well. So we're going to be cleaning that area. Actually, you know what? Maybe we just go ahead and maybe this is a little bit more satisfying. We'll do it under the microscope. So we're going to clean up this whole area around the cart connector. It does seem like old school manufacturing methods really did seem to like leaving a lot of flux and stuff on the board. So I'm just using some 99% isopropyl alcohol as per usual. And scrubbing with a toothbrush, which, to be quite honest, I definitely need to get a new toothbrush now. What this is, I have no idea. So we're going to take this plastic tool I've got here. Do a little scrapey scrape. Looks like a kind of a glue or an adhesive. So I don't know. Maybe there's some tape over here at some point. But definitely, thankfully, it's not eaten into the circuit board. Grab some fresh alcohol. Might have to come back and do another scrape. Oh, look at that. So we've got some pins that are, either I just did that, I think I just did that. Not touching, but you gotta be careful around these cartridge connectors because those pins are definitely very soft. Just removing all this crud. And I think it's just a glue. It looks like an adhesive. Acting like an adhesive. It's very gummy and sticky feeling. The alcohol alone is not enough to get it up off the board. Okay, so now this guy just needs to get very gently bent back a little bit. Okay, should be okay there. They weren't touching anyway, but we'll go inspect the rest. They all look fine. Okay. So now we'll just work on this. So a fun fact about Turbo 16 is it failed miserably in the States, but in Japan, where it's known as the PC Engine, it was pretty freaking popular. And anybody who's seen a PC Engine knows how tiny they are. And the reason the turbo is so big is because back then, the Japanese and other cultures were under the sincere impression that Americans weren't interested in products unless they were big, because Americans like big things, which is not entirely untrue, but pretty laughable. Needless to say, this design itself is pretty bloated for no particularly good reason at all, besides the fact that the Japanese wanted to design a board that looked bigger than the PC Engine. Unfortunately, in America, while that might have hold some truth, just kind of doing an overall clean now. Marketing is really more important, and much like a lot of Nintendo and Sega competitors learned, they just couldn't market their products correctly. Now, this turbo system also had a slight issue because they did kind of claim that it was a 16-bit system, when in reality that was only half true, because the TurboGrafx is 16-bit graphics processing but 8-bit CPU. So it's kind of a hybrid, right? Now, the shitty thing is that 16-bit graphics processing was actually a lot better than Nintendo or Sega, or the Nintendo 8-bit system and the Master System. Oh wow, it is Yeah, it's something that's super sticky here. I'm scrubbing my fingers with some alcohol now. Something that's super sticky. Anyway, let's grab, this is the cue card port, and there's a bunch of this sticky stuff. I don't know, it makes me just really, I wonder if at some point maybe something did get kind of leaked inside this somehow. I mean, it is really sticky over here. And it could just be old flux and crap, but I mean, it's pretty sticky. So we're cleaning this out real quick, and then, you know, the other good thing, even though I don't want to go this route, but if I need to, I actually do have a modern HuCard replacement slot, so I can buy those new and just replace it if I can't get this one functional. Oh man, yeah, that's gotta be old flux I've got in my hands right now. So I'm gonna go do some. It's gotta be old flux, right? Just gonna soak the whole board in some 99% here, and then take a little bit of a paper towel, kind of just see what I can soak up. Yeah, it's pretty gross. Show you all here in a second what I'm talking about. This board is good and soaked down. I am not gonna be able to turn this one on for a little bit until all this is gone. Oops. I don't want to leave that on the board. I want to leave that on the board. So here, look at that. That's just gross. I'll zoom out in a minute here and show y'all, but just going over all the areas that I've seen all that sticky stuff in. Yeah, so again, I'm pretty sure it's just flux, because it feels like it's just flux, but I'm actually going to have to go wash my hands again once I'm done with this. So the HuCard slot held in place by those screws that I took out at the start. So you gotta be a little careful to not nudge it around too much, or you will bend those pins. Alright, so real quick. This is what, look at that. I cleaned all that off the board. Ugh, I gotta go wash my hands again. Alright, hands are less sticky now. Just taking a look over the board again. I can still see lots of residual stuff. This is kind of why I personally wish I had a ultrasonic cleaner. Because I would literally just clean all this off. Now, what's that going on? Is that the hue card reader? Alright, so take a look over here, right? So, get some focus going on. So, I guess it's just flux, like, yeah, just flux. That's gotta be just flux or rosin. But they all look fine. I mean, I can go reflow them. I don't think that's the issue. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to do a little cleaning. One of the tricks to cleaning the hue card slot that I learned about is to take a I'm wanting to focus. I gotta figure this camera situation out. It's really annoying. Why does it keep doing that too? Interesting. I still want to sell this camera. It's such overkill for what I do. Anyway, you take a cone coffee filter, right? And grab yourself a game card. In this case, I'm actually going to be using World Class Baseball because you want to talk about a crappy game. This is a crappy game. Anyway, so we're going to basically stick the hue card in the filter. Marked it a little bit, but and this little filter is going to act as our scrubber. Now you need two, because you're going to need a dry one and a wet one. And then, you know what? I think I did that wrong. Yeah, I did, didn't I? I wonder if trying to do this from memory. I probably should have looked up the tutorial one more time. There we go. I think that's what we're supposed to do. So you're going to cut the filter so you're left with a little, you want the filter over the contact of the card. And we're going to just take some Kapton tape here in a second. sure you could use like Scotch tape or packing tape, anything that's just gonna, you just basically want this filter to be kind of stuck in place here. Do the same thing for the other side. I still got plenty left. Probably gonna need to order some more Kapton tape too. I might do the same thing, get an assortment of widths, because as I've learned, smallest is not always the best. Anyway, so we're left with a hue card that looks like that, right? And you just take some alcohol here and dip it on the filter. Nice and wet. Well, the filter paper should be kind of thick, so it should absorb and not disintegrate. Then we just kind of it's a little thicker than I wanted it to be, but in and out, in and out. Yeah, let's see, it's already, I might have put too much alcohol on. I'm just trying to kind of get it in there, pull it back out again. I can't really tell if anything's coming up on it. Okay, grab that. Trash now because of the. Dry the card off, and then basically repeat the process. Probably easier if I did this. I wonder even. We'll see. Alright, so I got that going. Probably easier with like 2 cards, one dry, one wet, but I don't really have a, as much as Keith Courage isn't a valuable game, I kind of wanted to not ruin that one. I don't really care about World Class Baseball. I could at least say that Keith Courage is the packing game, so I kind of want to keep that original, but really not a big deal. Alright, so same thing, in and out. I'm not really seeing anything. One more time. In and out. Now the problem, see, there is some junk in the back there. I am seeing it, like visually seeing it on a bunch of those pins, and I don't know what that is, honestly. I can absolutely see it though. Let's see if I can get my camera in on this one. Now, the next thing I can do is I've got a couple of diamond files, but I'm going to see if I can get a tool down in there and dislodge some of this crap. Of course, I could always brute force it and basically take the cartridge slot off, and that would give me access to those pins. But let's see if we can show this to you guys here. You see that gunk right there? And then if I look over here, Yeah, you can see all those pins have, I'm guessing that's flux. Let's see if maybe it got a light in there. Is that? Yeah, look at that. Look how corroded those pins are. Now the problem though is you can kind of see the little tiny ones at the top in between everything. That's really what they connect to. You can see like it's less that junk in the back there, which I really don't think is hurting anything, and more of that. It does make me wonder now. Is that just... And there's just a lot of crap on this board. Sorry, I'm just doing more visual inspection crap. Like, part of me really just wants to pull the damn thing. And the system goes like this. Right? Nope, it goes like this. That's how the system goes. This is the top shield, I guess. Okay. Real quick with that. So, part of me is really just curious if just so much junk on this board. Sorry, I've just taken my time here because I don't really want to fuck anything up. Let's get this out of the way real quick. This off. Yeah, see, I left all this white crusty stuff on the board, which I'm assuming is maybe paper towel fluff or something. I don't know. I'm gonna have to clean again. There's some crusty stuff under there. I think if I do it like this, unfortunately, I have not been able to find a cue card cleaner. And Still don't think this is going to work. I think I've got more cleaning I've got to get done yet. But I'm too curious to not try. All those place. So I turn this on. Get the colored screen as expected. Okay. And if I put a game card in, what do I get? Yeah. Sometimes it's the contacts. Works just fine. But if I push this in all the way, and then if I pull it out, nothing, right? But just gotta get it just right. Huh. There's like a breaking point, it feels like. Yep, so the moment I've slot it the full way, nothing. You know, the solution here really might be to actually, honestly, just go ahead and replace the hue card reader. And now we've got Keith Courage and Alpha Zones. You just pull it up. I see the pins just barely. This one doesn't want to work. Let's try it like that. No, same thing. Maybe that's a sweet spot. I want to get this one to work. That's not going to work. It's too far in. There we go. Okay. So we have our answer. The cart pins are 100% corroded. And I think the true way to fix these is I'm going to take a small diamond file here and kind of individually file down these pins a little bit. Now, I gotta be careful with this because there we go. Okay. I can unplug you safely. Okay, back in the box you go. Alright, well, you know, as exemplified, the system is perfectly functional. The cart slot reader is garbage right now, so we've got to work on getting that fixed up. Now, I do have some flat files somewhere, hopefully, still. Problem is that I don't know. I guess they, yeah. So it's kind of like we're going to take this flat file and then we're just going to come in here and again, this is not screwed down, so I'm just very, very gently trying to see if maybe I can scrape that off, and then maybe what I could do just wondered if maybe I could use some of this filter paper. Same thing, just maybe be able to kind of get in there and just basically trying to remove any crud. Very gently though. Really don't want to mess up with these pins. I really cannot honestly tell you if this is doing anything or not, unfortunately, because it is so hard to see in here. And yeah, you can see like just how corroded those are. It's all brown and goopy. I mean, I might honestly be forced to, yeah. It's doing something. I'm gonna need to keep filing on them, but it's, I can't focus. Literally can't find its focus. Come on. If I can get it to focus once, I'm going to manual focus it. There we go. Alright, so we can see now. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, so the file's sort of working. It's probably going to take me freaking forever, but that's okay. So let's go ahead and just focus maybe on a specific area. I might be able to do this under the camera. It's a little bit awkward here. So like that. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I'm going to have to do it this way. So y'all really won't be able to. You can see how I'm moving that pin. Now we're going to look again real quick. So you can see it's not really doing much. They are pretty corroded, unfortunately. They're definitely pretty corroded. So I don't know if this is actually going to be doing okay. It's a little bit more aggressive with that. The problem is I don't want to ruin that plastic either, but could spray some of my contact cleaner in there. But each one of those individual pins is severely crusty. Wow, that is certainly a job and a half. And I don't know if I can do it. See, like how I'm kind of scraping up that plastic right there? Like, that's exactly what I'm trying to avoid. Bottom side's fine. But those are freaking bad. I don't want to break the damn things either, but like, this is not really doing me much. Unfortunately, it is not doing me much. I could use some of this filter paper. Soak this in a little bit of some contact cleaner. Let's see if maybe that'll kind of clear some of this up. So like if I wrap this halfway so I can kind of hold on to it. Grab some of this contact cleaner. I'm sorry, this is going to be done off camera with everything all blurry, I know. Okay, now. Yeah, see, it's not really removing much. I really just might need to buy a new slot reader, to be quite honest. Like, getting some stuff off, but it's not much. Yeah, it's sort of doing something. But not much. much. I mean, it's... Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know. So, it's like, man, I want to know what corroded this so bad. Because it is just, it's pretty miserable, I'm not going to lie. And unfortunately, the contact cleaner is not... And it's like getting like little tiny bits of it, but to be quite honest, it's... So you want it to be shiny like the pins up top, but it's definitely not shiny. And yeah, I don't know if that's like rust or like a corrosion so thick that I could probably be here all week filing these down. End of the day, it's one of those things where, like I said at the beginning, I'm just going to be playing my flashcard, so this thing is not really worth the effort if the flashcard works, because I'm going to be using my flashcard, so... Yeah, I don't know. That is some gunk. It's either rust or straight up just corrosion. But I am wholly confident that yeah, it's not fixed. Nothing is really coming off. So now I'm doing all this power plugging without it actually plugged into the wall socket, so I don't shock myself. Highly suggest people do the same. Okay, let's get the screen going here. Okay, Keith Courage again. Slide it all the way in. Look at that. That is a win. One more time. Just... Yep, that looks to be all normal there. Okay, so we got Keith Courage working 100% of the time, fully slotted. And we're gonna go grab World Class Baseball. Alright, World Class Baseball, don't make a fool of me. Bam. All right. So whatever I did was enough, and I'm going to leave it at that because I don't want to keep stressing the system out. We're going to call that good. Okay. Alrighty, let's get you out the way here. Put you back into your little hidey hole for the time being. Got our 2 game cards. Just gonna go back. And finally, we've got our power supply. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Awesome. Now that's a success. And I'll keep my eye out for a proper hue card slot reader. There's a company out there called, I think it's 1UP Game Cards is their name. And they promise that they're going to be working on a hue card cleaner, but I haven't seen anything in a while about it. So Lord knows when or if that's coming through. So now we got to move on. Do I want to recap it? Might as well. I really probably don't need to, but we might as well because we're here. I'm going to switch to a different soldering tip. As much as this knife edge is actually quite nice, I don't need something that thick. So we're going to switch up to this chisel tip. And we're going to go locate my cap kit. Packages from Console 5. Is the TV16? Yes, it is. Okay, so we've got the TurboGrafx cap kit right there. As always, included Fireball. Trash. Trash pile. I know you think you're going to be sitting in my chair cap, but you're not going to be sitting in my chair care. Okay, now, oh no. Oh boy, that was not good. Hopefully, that shouldn't do anything. Okay, so we have a capacitor replacement kit from our good old friends at Console 5. It does appear that we've got a shit ton of common caps, which is nice. And then a couple of loose ones, which is kind of a pain. I'm guessing those 2 surface mount capacitors are probably for a jail bar fix, which I'm probably not going to do. So we'll leave that off to the side. Now I've got to pull up some stuff here. Let's see. Okay, so we got to pull up schematics here in a second. I got to do something real fast. We're going to go Okay, so I was helping somebody else out in the Coders Discord. Console 5. Do we do this? Wondering if it. NEC, TurboGrafx 16. Gonna go this guy right here. Wiki page. And then let's see here. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do it the shitty way. So it doesn't seem to be too many for me to worry about. Yeah, oh no, it's everything I thought. Okay, so I don't even think I need this really because everything. Oh, there's a capacitor. Well, I'm going to be replacing this anyway. That's going to be a fun one. I've got to figure out how to do that to begin with. Because the mod video that I saw, this was actually already gone, but I think it's just held in place by a couple of spots. Okay, easy enough. Okay, so don't need the keyboard anymore. You can go away. I'm guessing I'm going to read the silk screens here. Y'all can't see any of this, but silk screen should be fairly well defined, eh? Okay. Positives. Okay, so we should be okay. We should be okay. And I could just basically alright, so now the question remains is how do I go ahead and desolder these guys? I think we're just gonna maybe go ahead and do the old braid. I mean, I could run my desoldering gun. I might, but we'll see how this wicks away. Let's see how this wicks away first. And then we'll go from there, because might end up just not needing to. Could be wrong. Maybe I should have used the probably could use a little bit of flux. That does not seem like it wants to wet down right. Yeah, so what we're gonna do now, this is gonna be a long and shitty job. Essentially, we're just gonna, I probably could be using the goo wick instead, because that stuff does have the built-in rosin flux to it, but bro, I swear to God I turned you off of seizure mode. Okay, now we're off of seizure mode. So let's just take a look. Oh, let's just get rid of this Horrible frickin' light too. That always makes things better. Yeah, this is gonna be a crappy job. Look at that. It's like hanging on to that other side back there. It just makes you no. Yeah, that's exactly why I don't want to do that. Fuck. Well, shit. Thankfully the traces for this are the top of the board. And you can see I kind of pulled that via down there. I might end up just sucking it up and hooking up the desoldering gun. That's probably the way to go. Or maybe even just do the old flood and drain method. If I could find my frickin' manual desoldering pump, I'd give that a go too. That's just disappeared on me. But yeah, the old pop method's not going to really work here. You can see that this is still soldered in. I could see where that's soldered in, and that's definitely still soldered in. So I could also just clip them. Which I might end up doing. Let's just try that with these two right here. Shot glass now for capacitors, so I don't have to keep dealing with them now. I've got these two guys, and I'm wondering if now what I could do is maybe, where did my tweezies go? Do this. This thing is driving me nuts. Always forget to do that. So this is going to be a little bit more difficult than I thought. Yeah, that's not going to work, huh? That is not going to work. If I come back to the other side of the board real quick. The only reason I'm doing it like this is because I'm an idiot. This is not how I would really recommend doing this. Okay. Over here, I'm just trying to save this via if I can. Which I don't think I can. Okay, maybe. Maybe saved it. And then finally this guy right here. Okay. And if I take some fresh braid, maybe I'll be able to suck up the rest of this. I gotta be careful with that guy. Anyway, not really how I want to be doing this. It was just an idea. Now we've got these legs sticking out. I can't tell if I'm curling that. I mean, thankfully it's just ground, so there's going to be plenty of ground plane around it, but I'd rather keep the vias intact if I could. So I really don't want to have to do trace repair. Okay, we extracted one. Extracted the other. Now, do we have anything left? No pin. No pin. Okay. Oh, and then up here, this guy. Honestly, this is not the way to do this. Do not do this at home. I got myself into a little bit of a pickle here, so we're gonna just very, very gently pull you through. Okay. One more and we'll have these four gone. I'm thinking I'm probably gonna hook up the desoldering pump here. Alright, that's a lot more board contact than I'm comfortable with, so I don't really think I'm going to continue doing that. However, we should have all of these now cleaned. Just for posterity's sake here, we're gonna come through and ensure that is the case. Some junk left in that one. Can't tell if I sort of did some damage there. It looks okay. Let's clean up real quick. Yeah, little lifted, but yeah, we're not doing that anymore. That is for damn sure. That is for damn sure, I think. Everything is still attached. We're good. Okay. So, question remains now. I'm gonna clean the other side too. I have to be real careful with that one ground just to make sure I get it through that slightly malformed lifted via right there. Did the other one too, look at that. And I took off some, yeah, that's not the greatest, but we're okay. We're okay, we just can't do that anymore. So I'm thinking, part of me is like, do I even really want to keep going through with this? Because I don't need to really recap right now. Well, I need to recap these now, but so I just kind of screwed up one of the capacitors. That's fine. No biggie. No biggie. No biggie. I don't know if I want to keep doing this. Taking a look around because, like I said, nothing's bulged, nothing's really leaking as far as I can tell. Do I want to or do I not? This is going to be a pain in the ass, isn't it? Oh, here's my solder sucker. So let's try with this. Let's see. We're going to try another one now. I think this time though we'll end up doing a little bit of some fresh leaded in there. What that does is it kind of mixes and lowers the melting point of everything. So this doesn't even want to work anymore. There we go. Guess I gotta clean it out some. Got some junk in the trunk, so to speak. Let's get this cleaned out. Do I need to pull the tip off real quick and clean this out? I do. It's got a little built up solder in here. Okay. Might need to trim this a little bit more too. If that's the case, I think I'm going to trim off like another millimeter of this tubing. I think it's causing some issues for me. Okay. So we are going to now, I'm going to try doing this the manual way. this is going to take me freaking forever, isn't it? Oh my lord. It certainly is. On top of which, it doesn't look like that really cleared everything out. Did do a lot cleaner job than the braid by itself did. I actually really do like this solder sucker. It's the best one I've ever used, honestly. But that is looking like, yeah. That's the one thing that kind of sucks about this job is that when they curl, well, I mean, I know you need to do it, but when they curl over the legs like this, yeah, see, like it's, no, I'm just literally just re-adding solder back to the hole. And then you gotta come over here and do this. Still didn't get it. And so then you use the wick, like so. I guarantee you this is still not gonna, I'm gonna switch to the Goot wick with the built-in rosin. Board up just a little bit so I can see. And if I grab, basically, oh no. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Son of a bitch. Okay, well, I don't even know if I should keep going because I think all I'm doing here is damage. And I need to stop. I think what I really need to do is probably go get that desoldering gun. You can see, like, yeah. I don't know what that is, but is that braid? I have no idea what that is. It's not goop because it's not stinking. Yeah, I think I'm going to fix those two capacitors. And we're just going to say shove it to the recap. Yeah, that's just substrate. Okay, you know, screw this. I'm not doing this. Honestly, I'm just not. I don't feel like I really don't feel like ruining a good board for little to no benefit. I'll keep the cap kit and if I need to later, I will just go ahead and replace it. So we just need to replace, what is it? We're looking at 148 and 147. I'll just go look at my map real quick at what those are. They're probably the same. I could just go look, but whatever. 148 and 147 are both 1 microfarad, 50 volts, which I'm assuming are these guys right here. 50 volt 1 microfarad, perfect. So we'll go ahead and free them from their homes. Cool. 1 and 2. And maybe we'll make it a later project to recap this, but quite honest, I do not wish. Okay, so we've got to be careful with this guy coming through. Okay. One of the bottoms, what I really care about. Okay. Okay. The other one, which I dropped in my lap. I'm going to go positive up top. All right, we've got enough of the via there for that to work, and I'll probably just go hit the top up again. Way too much flux, but that's fine. Bigger the glob, better the job. Yeah, I'm just gonna minimize any impact that I've got here. I don't want to take a working console and basically turn it into a non-working console. Which I don't think would really be the case, but honestly, the tool I should be using is kind of put away right now. Yeah, I think I just melted that pad completely off. Crap. I got a somewhat okay connection there. Up top, let's take a look at you up top. Should be this guy right here. Do I have solder coming through? I do, both sides. Cool. We'll call that good. Alrighty. So now, I just gotta bend you up, bend you up. And that's an easy job, honestly, but like I said, I don't know. I'm not doing well with the manual method, so my guess is I probably should just skip this for now. And then later, if I start to see some issues or I feel the need for a mini project, I will just go ahead and recap. And what did I do with the rail? There they are. Okay, so we've got this guy. Just fine. No big deal. I just don't feel like... I honestly just don't feel like breaking out the desoldering gun right now. It's kind of shoved in a not so accessible spot. So, again, just to avoid any potential problems. Looks good. Okay. Well, kind of mangled that one via, but honestly, it's soldered there, and on the other side it's soldered. And again, we kind of ruined a little bit of this, but my guess is that if I did I think it is going to be this guy right here. Should be this guy. Right? Uh-oh. Well, I might have to... Okay, we're fine. So I'm touching that. Just a tiny bit of exposed trace right there. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, we're good. All right, so let's take a look. So this is the RF module right here. It looks like it is held into place by some more solder. And I got 3 tabs, 1, 2, and 3. So we're gonna first start by seeing about clearing these out. Put some fresh flux in. Before we add in any more solder, we'll just see what we can remove on our own. And if I have to, crappy thing there. That just frayed that hole. So I can't really drag. And of course, it's ever so slightly out of focus. But yeah, that's the problem with these really thick connections, is that I want to hold on to the solder as much as they can. So you can kind of see how that's still just not wanting to cooperate with me here. Okay, so I've got one side cleared out, but the question remains is, do I have the other side cleared out? I think the answer to that is going to be no. Okay, well, imagine we're either going to have to, we're going to be forced to break out this desoldering gun. God dang it, I should have set that up before stream. I was telling myself I should have, but I was kind of convinced, you know, because I didn't have too much of an issue with the handheld. That is definitely still soldered on the other side right there. You can straight see it. braid's still somewhat usable, but alright, I know it's kind of blurry, but I really don't feel like fuck it. We're here. Okay. There we go. Better. Alright, so let's see about this, huh? It is probably going to need a little bit of... See, I can't actually tell if that's solder or what. I don't know if that's solder. I think that's part of the whatever this RF shield is. So let's concentrate on the other ones real quick. And then if I got to come back to it, we'll come back to it. Splooge on that guy. We're going to get the other one off camera. Okay. It's a little awkward the way I'm doing this. I'm probably going to have to reposition the board because I can't get this stuff to lie flat the way I need it to. There we go. So I just kind of want the solder, and not scrubbing, we're just gliding that braid. You kind of want to let the solder wick up and then wick it away. Now I think I might have just eaten away at that other side of that trace there. Fortunately. I can't tell, but once again, this whole thing is superfluous now. Alright, we're going to just have to, I think we're just going to have to do this the easy way. So once again, I'm left with, is that solder, or is that just basically whatever is... Well, that's definitely going to be solder now. I think. Maybe? No? I don't know. I think that's just part of the ground leg. So let's move up. And then we're just going to just keep doing what we're doing here. It's working. And you can see how that's kind of just sucking away into the braid. And we're just trying to glide things across the pad. Needs a little bit more. Okay. I don't know. We're gonna clean up here real quick. Now I might have more that I've got to desolder. I don't know. See all these tabs. I think they're the tabs for the RF shielding. I've never actually had to remove one of these before, so I'm not too sure what goes into it. Like I said, the one video that I watched, the unit he was working on was already removed, so okay, that's the top of the board off. So I've got the top of the shielding off, and that's the circuitry for the RF modulator. Now, well, that's an interesting soldering job there. That's really crappy looking. Holy shit. That's awful. But yeah, it is still stuck on there pretty good. So I'm just taking a quick look around here and making sure. Okay, so let's just look at you under the microscope again. Over here, let's see. So that's definitely still soldered, huh? I would say that's definitely still soldered. That looks like it's clear. That does not. So let's go ahead and focus on this one again. I think that still needs a bunch of love. We're gonna just completely start over with some fresh braid. Well, this Goot Wick is on its last legs, so I've got to order some more of it. Maybe, I don't know. Half and half in the stuff. I like it and I don't like it. See, it's... I think I screwed myself there because I swear to God I had that clear for a second. So fresh flux. Might try the manual pump here in a second. Let's grab some completely fresh braid. And if we get it clear this time, we're gonna... There we go. Okay, so that looks clear to me. Now, if I was a betting man though, I would think that that's actually solder on that side. But see, these tabs refuse to move. I can't tell. They definitely feel like they're still firmly attached to the board. Huh. I just don't know. Oh, look at that. So we've got, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, this line right here is also part of the RF system. So we've got to go ahead and do our proper flux. And then we'll see what we can do to get all the solder off, huh? Okay. So let's go ahead and we're going to try. Not mean to do that. Usually I like to leave the tip. Getting there. Okay, that looks good. That looks better. That looks good. Now we give them a little bit of a wiggle test here. Okay. Still connected. barely connected, but okay. Maybe we could just go ahead and get that last little tiny bit of solder here from this side. Let's go ahead and make sure my tip is nice and clean. And then we're going to just okay. So now that was not enough. Yes. Sort of. That one still has a little bit left to go. So let's just see if we can't isolate this one, because I don't want to try to transfer solder to the other pins that have already got clear. Hoping it moves really easily the moment I put a tiny bit of heat to it, but okay, that's free. It's a little chunky, but for the most part should be okay. So now can I no, it's not wanting to come out, huh? But I don't know. The other part of me is wondering if I mean to break out some hot air and heat that board area up. Because I mean, really, the only thing that's over here is just nothing. Really. And I mean, these are, that's free. That's free. And that's free. I'm not trying to flex or do any weird shit with the board here. And I'm double checking around now to see, those all look, see like that, I still think it's got solder in it. But I'm pretty damn convinced that right now, that's it. There is nothing. Okay, so maybe I just do that. Maybe. Just heat this up. It is literally just, well, actually I could do this. And then that should let me see everything once I get some focus going. Okay. See, I think that front one still has a bunch of solder in it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just try to warm everything up here. $420. Celsius at 50%. Maybe I should increase my airflow. No, it's not budging. But I can't tell if it's E08. What the fuck? Oh my fucking... What the hell is E08? Oh no, don't tell me my hot air station just fucking died on me. What the fuck was that? It goes to E08 when I... What the fuck? Okay, let's find that. Cool, I'm gonna have to figure out what the hell E08 on my at and air station means when I hang the handle up, because I can't be turning it off and on every time. That's off, and then if I hang it up, it's fine. Weird. I wonder if there's some sort of sensor in the handle or something that's now starting to go bad on me, which would be freaking perfect, but... Okay, so... I'm just... Man, I am not sure on this one. You know, I'm just not too sure, and these are definitely still free, right? Yeah. That one might need some more love. Maybe we do that real quick. I don't know. I still don't think that's the problem. Because I don't really know what's under this. So that's the... So that board is soldered into place like that and that. Oh god, what a frickin' mess. So that's how that's all held into place. So it really feels like I've got to pull off the entire modulator as a unit. I'm looking at it right now. I don't think I can... Yeah, I don't know. It's quite weird. But I do think that is solder there on the other side. See? I think that's solder. I think that's solder. And I could try doing this. Issues is I really don't know if that's solder or not. It doesn't feel like it is. This does though. That's the weird thing. Like that 100% feels like it's solder. I just don't think it is, but it looks like it. And if I grab some more wick here. tell. I don't think that's really doing anything there, but yeah, it is. It is stuck shut, huh? And I guess I could. Fill the holes with some more fresh leaded. These tabs definitely don't really feel like they're budging. You know? Yeah, it's... I wonder if we do that. I mean, if I've got a... Just fill a little bit of solder, right? And then what we're going to end up doing is more hot air. Let me get this bottom one right real quick. Okay. And then we'll just basically see if we can't get the solder to wet and cause just a little. Let's focus you one more time. I think. Oh, I hate this freaking thing. It's jammed. There we go. She got jammed on there. Pretty good. Okay. So we're gonna hit this without a tip. Let's increase my airflow. Let's do it to like 70. And yeah, that didn't sound good. Okay, well, I don't know what to do. Is there any capacitors on the side of the board? Oh, I just don't want to bust anything. This sucker is on there. I heard kind of a sizzle that I didn't like. I thought maybe I might have started popcorning the board, so I stopped. God, these things are put together really bad. I mean, the big issue... Okay, Well, let's go at it again with the solder pump. Oh, it did. So yeah, popcorn the board just a tiny bit. See, that's why I stopped. I mean, it's not a problem because of where it's located, but I mean, there was no point in damaging something if it's not going to work. I think it's too big of a surface area for me to reliably use hot air. Unfortunately, I don't know if I should clip this off or what I should do, but I really feel like this should not be as much of a freaking problem as it is giving me. Could be because I don't have the proper size braid, but I mean, it should work just the same. There's one side, so I'm wondering if that's just the issue. I'm wondering if I can't. Maybe I should switch to the knife tip. I'm thinking I'm not properly clearing the holes out. Okay. See, that looks good to me. But then when I go do the wiggle test, it doesn't want to wiggle. And you would imagine that it should want to wiggle a little bit. But that is like literally stuck in there as solid as it could be. Can't really get that in there any more solid. And we've got this little bit right here. See how we're getting that one side just fine. But that other side's just not really wanting to come out. There we go. See, that kind of pulled through. But am I going to get any wiggle? No. And see, like, it doesn't even want to. Like, it doesn't even want to go down. It's like something in there is just not wanting to let go. I feel like all I'm doing is flexing the PCB right now. Just taking a look. I mean, the other problem too is that the metal shielding on the modulator is acting like a giant heat sink too, so there is that. Yeah, I don't think that's meant to come off. Maybe we can just. Problem is we've got to get that shielding off no matter what. And I'm guessing, yeah, that's not going to matter. Even if I try to remove the circuit board right here, problem is this plug is right there. Like, I don't think, man, I don't know what to do. Boy, this is some crappy work here. I didn't think it was going to be giving me this much issue. I think even if I there we go. Okay, so that is it. So we're just not getting all the solder off, which is kind of what I was expecting. It's like there's just this tiny bit of solder in there. Hit it with a bunch of flux. Now, I'm pretty sure use some very, very, very fresh braid here. Let's try good about a flux, and we're going to try to force that pin back a little bit, just to try to see if it'll. I'm kind of ruining the pad now, but I don't really care too much. I don't want to destroy if I don't have to. Okay, so that's free. So see how that's moving now? So now we've got to do the same frickin' thing for the other guys here. Let's just figure out let's see here. So that one's definitely got a whole lot of solder in it. Maybe we just try to do another quick little manual pump here. Yeah, look at that. Bring all that to the surface. I think I just ruined that whole pad right there, huh? Probably. Dude, at this point, it's so fucked. Holy crap. Yeah, I think what I ended up doing was just mashing that damn pad right up against the pin. That's exactly what I just did. Oh, man. are getting one side to come out. Okay. But the thing is that this side right here is so mangled now. Again, it doesn't really matter, but really just trying to see how we can move it now. Okay. Just literally just pull that whole pad off. No clue because I can't frickin' see, but it sure looks like I did. Sure looks like I did, but I'm gonna flex this again. I really, at this point, I mean, I have absolutely zero plans on ever returning this to stock because who has need for this crap? This is definitely probably another job for the solder pump I've got. Okay. Yeah. See, like we just can't get to that. I've literally ripped off everything from the bottom here. Slowly getting it through. Oh, what a pain in the butt. I guess my next focus is going to be figuring out how I can get the automated system set up so that I can have a little bit easier access to it. Okay, let's try basically doing what we were just doing, but with some solder braid. Okay, well, we've got no more bottom pad. Hopefully now he should be free, right? Of course not. Why would you be? It's just an exercise in futility. So that's free. That's not. And that's not. Still. Even though really it should be. I just don't know what. I really just don't know what it could still be left solder to. Absolutely refuses to fucking come up. The funny thing is I don't even know. Yeah, no, that's definitely massive amounts of solder in there, huh? Oh yeah, big time. So why does it not want to come up to the braid? Let's try maybe a different angle. Once again, things are falling apart on me here, huh? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's just struggling with as soon as I put some light in there, those go away. It's just a camera glitch. Yeah, I don't understand this. Well, for all intents and purposes, this should be try a little hot air too. Might help. See, like that's just not wanting to see the solder, damn it. The glue? Is it like what? What the fuck is wrong with you? Do I need to use a higher temperature? See, like it's just not. Whatever it is, it's not coming through the board. And I know now if I re-add fresh solder, it's just not gonna stick like it should, but alright, reflow. Let that flow through. And we're gonna okay, so see now it's moving. See now we can see that this is moving. Maybe. Still think it's still trapped. And what about you? Okay. Well, it is very, very, very slowly removing itself. Okay, so probably should be using that knife tip, huh? I just can't. There's no way I can get in there and clip that, is there? Got it raised up enough, I might be able to clip it. It's just not enough. Get it up like a 1/4 of a millimeter more, I might be able to clip that off. Okay, well there we go. Now, all I should have to do here is there we have it. That was a freaking pain in the ass. So now what we're left with is some junk I gotta clean up still. I don't know how I'm gonna do this, so let's just do it this way. So here we go. That's the one leg that didn't want to come out. And it's gone. So after a whole lot of fussing and fighting, we managed to get this pulled apart. Okay. That was not fun. Probably should have thought of doing that way before I did. But thankfully, like I said, there as you can see, it's just literally just bare circuit board here. So not too terribly of an important area. But you know, I'm a very big believer in non-destructive repair. So let's clean this up real quick. My camera keeps... Am I still streaming? Yeah, I don't know why my camera keeps popping up a message saying that it's not connecting. I wonder if we're having some issues with it. Let's just do this real quick. No, it's not happy right now. Huh. Okay. Do I have a slightly intermittent connection up here or something, or what? That's fine. What about down here? Wow. This is what I get for... Okay. So then it just shuts right back off again. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to investigate this, but she ain't happy, and it's not a power or anything issue, because it might be a Windows issue. I might have to reinstall the... Okay. Well, now it's okay? Alright. Nope. Something's funky. Okay. Since we're doing a whole lot of microscope work today. I won't really worry about it until tomorrow, but boy, we completely bodged up that one pad over there, but I was just so frustrated. Oh, man. There's got to be a better way for that in the future. If I ever was to do this again or recommend it to someone. That's probably the shittiest thing about this mod, in my opinion, is removing that thing. Maybe some chip quick, some low melt would probably be good for this. And that way you could use hot air at a much lower temperature. Yeah, it's a weird one for me. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps flipping out on me. This show what happens with this device. Why is it not? That's Windows Security. Shit about you. I wonder though. Okay, well, I mean, it's working just fine in my frickin' webcam thing. Okay, well, let's pop this back up and see if, yeah, see, it's not working. It's working just fine in my utility, but turn it back on. Take no action, but yeah, it's, just maybe do that, and then there we go. Maybe? Well, we'll keep my eye on it. I don't know. Nope, something is. What is going on? Alright, well. Shit. God's honest truth is I'm kind of done right now. I've had such a weird day today. I don't know if I should continue, because generally when things start going south like this, probably in my best interest to take a break. Which is probably what I'm gonna do. Just take a look at this kit real quick though. So what this is for, and the whole reason that I had to remove this, let's just keep bringing you up a little bit here. Something got whacked out of place there. See, that's working again now. I don't know, maybe it's fine now. A little easier. Huh. Maybe it was just a bad connection. Usually that's kind of what that felt like. Anyway, that's me rambling. So basically what we do here is we take this piece, right? And see, we don't even need... It lines up like that. Now let's just do this. And so we're going to flood through some solder through here. Line the board up just like so. You only need these back two holes to stay intact. And then you flood some solder through that. I want to just like that. Now, let's just go ahead and maybe get this tacked into place here. Yeah, see, god dang it. That's what I was afraid of. Just... I wonder if we're just going to have to... Alright. It's not completely lined up how I wanted it. So we're going to just... Yeah? Yeah? Looking good? Flush? Is that as flush as I'm going to get it? Yeah, I'd say that's pretty flush. Okay. So we got that side tacked in. So now, we'll go really to the other side here. Way more flux than we used over there. And we can actually get this... You're going to need a lot, and I mean a lot of solder. There we go. Get a nice double bubble like that. And now we got that side done. We can go over to this side and just feed in a whole lot of solder. Okay. I think we're going to need just a little bit more just to make myself happy. I like having a nice little dome. That way I know it is full. There's no dry... I mean, it doesn't matter if the joint's dry. I guess there's no electrical connection here, but... Practice good soldering technique, no matter what. Which I wasn't really showing y'all when I desoldered the damn thing, but... Sometimes things just don't go as planned. Okay. Now, let's clean this up with the fresh cut swab. I know things are a little, kind of out of focus right now. So the next thing we got to do looking good. Okay, so that board is put into place so that it can hold our nice little Saturn DIN jack here. And the way that we hook this guy up is just like so. I don't know, any bent pins? That should be good. Slightly bent, but fixable. Alright, so what we're going to end up doing, let's zoom my camera in. So pins face up, right? And you want to try to get it, so I know it's kind of hard to see because of that shadow on the left. Ah, crap. What we're going to end up doing is we tack, very, very gently tack one side down. With as little solder as possible, and it just needs to hold. And then we dry fit it in the case, and then figure out if it needs to go left or right, and then adjust it properly. So basically, it is not wanting to stick to the might need to put some flux on the DIN connector here. That might have done it. Nope, still not enough. Might need a little bit more solder here. Just a tad. I mean, just a tad. Bit more solder. Try to get this to sit in place. Probably should be holding this with some tweezers. I'm just so used to burning my hands, it doesn't matter. Nah, it's not soldered on at all. Boy. This mod is really fighting me, and it's a very easy mod, which is kind of funny. Maybe a little flux will help. Maybe. Maybe I pre-tin the port a little bit. Maybe I just need some more solder on this pad. Maybe that's the case. Let's try that. I can always clean it off. That's for sure. A bigger bead of solder there. We got some flux on the port now. Yeah, now I'm burning myself. Yeah, it just doesn't want to take solder. Can't get the port too hot here because otherwise it's gonna melt the plastic on the inside, but I don't know, maybe we just don't have enough solder on this pad here. Let's try just a bigger glob, I guess. I mean, can't really hurt anything. One of those things where it's like, even if it forms like a cold joint, I don't care. I might need to actually, now that might be the issue. I might need to switch the tip up and get something a little bit thicker. If I sit it on top of the solder and just no, it does not. It really just doesn't want to bond. That's the issue. Nope. Okay. I literally can't see what I'm doing anyhow. I mean, you can see where, yeah, you can see where it's like it wants to go, but maybe get a little bit of solder on the okay, got a little tiny bit of solder on this now. So I can just show you here. See, I got just the tiniest little bead, right? It's probably not enough, but we'll see. Okay, so that worked sort of, but it's definitely not aligned or anything. Sort of worked. I mean, barely held on. Okay. Now remember, this is all just for a dry fit. Now, again, I think I'm probably gonna do that after this. Yeah. Damn it. That still looks a little canted to me, huh? It just needs to get. Okay. It still looks a little off, but not too bad. So now, alright, we're tacked on. So I guess the good thing to do is to put a little bit of solder on the port first. I'll let this cool off for just a second before I grab the shell here. to what we're looking for. You dry fit goes like it needs to come over to the right about 1 millimeter. So what we're looking for here, my camera working? Okay, my camera is working. All right, I'll try to get this. You can see how it's just off. So we're gonna need to move the port just a little bit more to the right and then try it again. Okay. Of course, I need to get this thing out of seizure mode. Makes my life a lot easier. Yeah, you can see definitely that it is not where it needs to be. Now, let's do this real quick. I like this tip. It's one of my favorite tips ever, but for now, I just don't think it's good enough for this job. What I think I need here is my knife edge, which is definitely more suited for this type of work. So I'm thinking maybe now I can probably just do this with my hands. Let's just set this down a little bit here. Cannot do it with my hands. So let's grab the tweezers. That might be a little too far to the right. Definitely good tack though. But I think I did move it. But that's kind of okay because, alright, I'm not going to bother really showing this on camera, but let's just see here. Nope. I'm going to call that good, honestly. It is lined up just fine. Perfect. All right. So now that we got the hard part done, now we can do the easy part. And the easy part is lots of flux, and then we just go put a nice bead of solder around everything to secure it into place. Is my camera still working? I don't know. Must have been a USB thing. I don't freaking know. Maybe a cable got a little too loose or something. Anyway, let's get this side first. Good old chunk of flux there, huh? And got dang cat hair everywhere. Okay. Then we're gonna just basically feed in some solder. Now, I might, judging from the way this is going, might need to turn my temps up just a little bit here. Unfortunately, it is been soldering at 375 lately, and that's all well and good for Why? Why? There we go. I'll stiffen up a connection there real quick. Let's go ahead and bump you up to 410. That might give me just enough heat to keep the whole solder wet here. Let's start with some. This is why you dry fit it too. All right, now we do the same. I'm just gonna. It doesn't feel like it's. I don't think it's bonding with the actual port. That's my problem. Is I really don't think it is bonding with whatever aluminum or whatever this port's made out of. See what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't feel like it's actually, yeah, it's not. Son of a bitch. Like, it'll work on that one side, but on this side, it's not gonna work. See, like, it's that millimeter, like this. God dang it. What I'm trying to say is that it's not butt up against the solder plane. So unfortunately what's going on here is it doesn't look like I'm bonding to the actual port. See, like, I can still see green. I still don't think that's actually bonding to the port. I could be wrong. Could be now. Yeah, it could be now. Gotta be careful I don't melt the port, but okay. Let's try this again. See, I just don't think it's crossing that gap. I still think I have a gap between the solder bead and the port. That's the issue. See, I do. I'm afraid that the moment that I go and do this side, what's going to happen is the same effing thing. It's going to... See if we can't get that back tacked on. It's not melt my DC jack here. Look at that, it's not bonding at all. Problem is, I don't know how solid that is. I mean, it feels solid. That back portion is definitely not very good, but see, we can take a look at this. See if I can actually get this to focus. That's bonded up to the actual port. So I'm going to probably go around and try. Now, what about this side right over here? And it's the same thing. So we've got it just won't bond to the port. There's too much of a gap. Put this shell. It's still perfectly aligned. I mean, I might just roll with it, but I know I can get a better solder bond here. So let's see here. How are we going to do this? Because this is really annoying. How? So I basically need to get that port soldered, fill the solder on the actual port, and then see if I can't bridge that gap. That's going to be a difficult ask, I think. I think that he should probably revise this to be a little bit more tolerant. I'm not sure now. Like, can't tell what's a reflection and what's. All right, that's better. Okay, that's solid. That is definitely solid. And I can do the same thing with the back. So a little bit of flux on the din, and then just focus on soldering the din, and then let the big old flow of solder kind of work itself together. The solder loves more solder. That's just basically how it will always be. Is it too shiny for me? There we go. Alright, so now we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to focus on more on soldering the port. There we go. And then we'll come back in here and kind of maybe clean this bead up a little bit. think that should have the gap completely closed. Cool. Clean this up, maybe? I think she's, yeah, she's good and solid. I'm gonna leave that be. Gonna leave that be. Okay. So now that we've got that taken care of, we can bring you back down to 375. Okay. Man. Now let's go ahead and do some cleaning here. Lots of flux I used, so. And that was kind of like, well, I guess everything about this has been way more of a pain than I expected. Okay. So now I should just be able to kind of squeegee these joints a little bit here. That should take care of all the residual flux in this board. Board still lined up good. I mean, it went on okay. Just, man, see these ports, the outside of these ports weren't meant to be soldered to. I mean, obviously you can do it, but yeah. So you might be better off. And see, still don't really do it on the back there. But to be quite honest, I'm fine with this because the sides are good. And basically, you just need it to be able to withstand the force of the cable being plugged into it. So now, basically, what you got to do is you've got a little daughter board here. And then this daughter board fits on one way only. You want the connector to be pointed to the ceiling. And then as you can see, when I fit this, might have to do a little bit of work here. This pin right here got bent in shipping. Very gentle. Okay, it's still not the greatest, but we can try again. Maybe if I get that one in first. Perfect. Just slots in just like that. And then now, we don't need this big honkin' knife tip anymore. Move to a much more suitable tip for this job. Just go ahead and start getting this. You know, doing it this this way. Probably should be doing it this way. Okay, now freaking add a seizure mode. So now we basically don't want to do that. Oh Lord. This is why I wanted to stop. I'm going to change my tip here because this is not... Felt like the right tip, but it has not proven to be the right tip. This is not a hard soldering job either. This is what I don't get. But you're not really using the right tip for the job. These are kind of a pain in the ass to get to as well. Okay. Just that one bridge is kind of being a pain in my butt, huh? Okay. Got another bridge. Okay. Okay. These look to be like tantalum capacitors. All right, so we've got a small bridge to manage here, which is not a big deal. A little bit of extra flux, kind of maybe. Hopefully I'll get this to flow where it wants to go. If not, I'll just come in with a little bit of braid. Just looking like what I'm going to, nope, there we go. Okay. Gonna need to touch up those two in the middle because I can still see exposed traces, so. Just a little bit of extra solder on that one. And that should be good right there now. Then we hit these up. Which this is where I really should be using the chisel tip. This is too much thermal mass. Yeah, we're gonna have to 100% reflow this. Well, maybe not. There we go. All right, let's give a little cleany clean here to inspect my work, which should be okay. Good old scrub. Scrub a fresh. Oh, we got plenty of Q-tips right here. Just. Okay, I think we still have a bridge there. No, we don't. Sure looked like it for a second though, but as soon as I tilt it like this, of course, the easiest way to tell. Grab your meter and put in continuity mode. And if I have a short here. These two capacitors, or these two pins, be short, as seen, right? And so are these guys, but we're good, and we're good. Okay. Grounds? No, probably just mounting. Strengthen. Alright, so that is that. Now, all that's left for the easy stuff. Okay. Now, we have one more piece, right? Well, we've got, and then once I get this in place, then we've got more soldering we've got to do, but okay, so let's go ahead, and I think we're gonna just warm this up real quick. I want to see the flux kind of, yeah, there we go. Just warm up just a little bit. There we go. And then, weird, I don't know why I was getting that E08 error, but it is no longer giving me the E08 error, so that is good. Gonna clean up all this crappy factory flux. Look at that. Yeah, you can see a couple of those pins are looking all dark. Since I'm not really going to be using SCART, it doesn't matter. Now what this does is it lets me, first we're going to just do a quick little 120, 15 degrees Celsius, blow some hot air. Okay. Okay. And the last big part to solder, I should say, is this guy, because we're going to have to pull up some resistors and solder to some resistors, or the spots where some resistors were. Now this guy literally slots in. Is it RGB or is it card slot? I was pretty sure it was RGB. Yeah, it is. So he only fits one way, right? And then if we take a look, bam, right? Connector on top. And then, yep. Is that cable going to be long enough? Feels like it's not, but it's got to be, right? Let's take a look at this. This is a flip top, is it not? Or is it a pull? Ah, it's a pull. Could be very gentle. I don't want to pull that too far. So this goes and then routes through this hole in the board. Oh yeah, it's fine. Okay. Okay. Just making sure. Perfect. Let's go. Now this one's a little bit easier to solder on. That's a little bit easier. So you only need to solder the ones that have the white circles around them. So as per usual, we're gonna do that. Then, probably should learn my lesson here, but we're gonna try one more time. And if I need to, if it's not working out, I will just go ahead and change tips. Well, that worked fine. Okay. Just keep swimming. Okay. Yeah. Tip is fine. Just that crowded PCB before it made it a little bit more difficult than it needed to be. And we'll just go through and just make sure. Okay. And okay. Want to see a good glug. Actually, you know what? This guy's a little cold right here. He needs just a touch more. I mean, just a touch more. Okay. I think maybe just a little bit more. This guy. I think we're good. There we go. Yeah. So let's just camera over. We have more on this side, so let's. The cool thing is it's self-indexing, so you don't really have to worry about alignment. That, and that. Bam. Good amount of flux. Perfect. This guy right up here is a little too bubbly for me, so we're gonna just. Oh, maybe I just put a little too much solder on. That's all. Okay. I think we're good though. I think we're just gonna scrub a dub. And that right side's looking not as good as the left side is. I'll go over it real quick once I can see things again. Okay, so let's see here. Oh, look. No, it's fine. Looked a little weird from with the naked eye, but you can see how a nice little dome. You can kind of still see the pin. So like, that's a little bit too much solder on this side, or the pin isn't high enough. But either or, that's 100% solidly soldered into place. Say that 5 times fast. Man, maybe I should have gone over these pins, but again, these are SCART, so like, I don't care. I really don't care. Okay, so got that going. That is pretty good here. Pretty good. Okay. Got everything we need to get cleaned up. So what we're going to do, you saw me routing that cable, and it's basically connects into this. So this is reading the RGB info directly from the SCART connector, and then sending it out to the Saturn jack, which is where the RF modulator used to be. That is very nice and solidly soldered as well. I think real quick, it's still kind of gross over here, so we're gonna just clean this up a little bit, and you can see this is where the mounting is, and that one. Obviously, since there's no pad on this side, or there's very little pad, it's not soldered to much, but I mean, theoretically, I could repair that with a little bit of solder braid, but there's no point because it's pretty solid up top. I just wanted to clean up some of the gunk. Okay, got that going. Cool. Just looking all around, making sure didn't break anything too bad here. Capacitor job before that I kind of botched is looking okay. Okay, well, I guess that's enough of staring at the blue screen. Put this back on. I think that's probably where I'm going to call it for the day. Let's see, is my camera still working? Okay, well, I do think that should be where I end up calling it for the day. I have to get me a new HDMI cable for that, I guess. Okay, well, I don't know what the heck was going on with my other camera, but now it seems to be stable again, so that's good. Well, I really was hoping to have all this done today. Unfortunately, we did just have a couple of roadblocks that, as per usual, took me longer than expected. However, we made some really good progress. We actually got the original software to work, which is more than I thought I was going to have happen. So that's good. And tomorrow, when I come back, we can finish off this. There's not much left to do. But we do have to, like I said, finish wiring up the mod and put everything back together again, obviously. So that's something we gotta do. These, bring these up here. Okay. I'm gonna take a win when I have it, because we have it, and I'm gonna call it a day. As much as I don't want to, I just feel like, things were a little shaky. Kind of don't, I'm probably gonna set up the desoldering pump for tomorrow to take care of the resistors, And maybe at that point, since I've got it going, maybe I'll finish off the cap job. Because it's really not too many caps. 3, 6, 8, 10, 12. I mean, I think we should probably end up getting that done. Seems about right. So I think that's what we're calling for the day. Just had one of those days where it wasn't the best, wasn't the worst. And yeah, you know, just a day. But we got it working again. And we got most of the RGB mod done. All the hard stuff's out the way. So really all we have left for us tomorrow is going to be reassembly and some very light soldering. So thank you for anyone who stopped by, like, subscribe, said hello, watching in the future. I do appreciate all of you. I do my best to stream every Saturday and Sunday at 11 a.m. between 11 a.m. and noon Central Standard Time to start. Going for a couple hours, depending. Saturdays I do like to try to do mods, and on Sundays I like to do straight repairs, although that has never been set in stone, and lately I've been doing a lot of repairs on both days. So if this is the type of content that you like, please stop by later. I hope to see you tomorrow. If not, I hope you have a great rest of your weekend and enjoy it thoroughly like I am going to do myself right now. So thank you again for everybody who stopped by. Hopefully I'll see you here tomorrow. And once again, if not, enjoy the hell out of your weekend. And let me get my mouse here so I can kill the stream and say goodbye to you all. All right, guys, take it easy. I'm out.